Now we're going to mount a rockfish from start to finish. Like if you're ordering a form for this rockfish, usually right here at the collarbone, right there where the gill plate starts, down to where the scales stop on the tail, looks like about 22.5, 22 3/4, something like that, almost 23 actually. You get that measurement, and then you go the girth. Looks like a 24.5, and you write those measurements down on your paperwork, and those are the two main ones that you use to order your form. Some use the whole length, you know, tip of the jaw to the base of the tail. You can squeeze the tail together for a good measurement. Some go from the center of the eye to maybe the base of the tail, which is there, 28, okay. Just whatever measurements you need, make sure you get those and then order your form. And the closer you can get without going way over, the better off you are, because if you order it and the size is a little bit too big, it's a lot of work trying to shave it down to get it to fit and all that stuff. It can be a headache. So, and just like with any other fish, you get back here and try to get under the scales as much as possible. And there we are. As close to those fin rays as you humanly possibly can. There we are. That's pretty good. And we go right up the middle. Cut straight up through there. Try to get as good up as I can, you know, right up the middle. Okay. You get right up here. There's like a, you know, all bass have it, like a little bit of a collarbone. I guess that's what it's called, right there under the gills. And right behind the last gill before it goes to the body, that's where I like to cut. You know, the skin. And of course, I got my X-Acto knife blade. And all this. And of course, going to start sticking, bleeding like a stuck pig, of course. But you stay as close as you can to that gill. Go all the way around. Down into here. That way all this skin right here, you got it for the form and everything. And now again, here I get my little fish skinner and start getting up under the scales and start doing this number. These little things, they're come in handy. You can get them through the taxidermy supply company. There's other things you can use besides this, but this gets me done just fine. So. Okay, we got this pretty good. So you're just kind of bringing it back. Okay. We do the bottom here. For the most part, that's done. Basically, just raking this on the membrane between the skin and the meat. There's that little white membrane. That's what I'm trying to hit. Yeah, to separate it. Okay, I've got down to the fin raise. I'll go ahead and show you what I like to do there. When you get to the fin raise, there's a row of the spines. Well, they connect to the skeletal system, and you have to cut them apart to get the meat, the body out. So you just run your pair of shears. And then going through the other side and start snipping. There you go. It is separated. Down here on the tail, separate this a little bit better. Grab my shears again. I'm using my finger to feel to make sure I don't go through the other side. And then I just run my blade or my scissors through that to cut that bone. And we can always do some better trimming later, which I always end up doing anyway, so. There you go. I got 2 sets of fin rays up here that I got to cut through. Might as well do it now. So here again, you go. Just snip right through those little fin rays. That's the soft dorsal. So I cut through all those. Now there's the spiny dorsal, which is this one. I'm cutting through all those fins too. They're not where they're connected to the body, the spines. There we are. Cut through all those. Down here, we're gonna get up under here pretty good. Gotta cut all that. Okay, here we are. Now with all bass, I usually get up here and start doing some cutting on some bone to get this to turn over. dislocated some stuff right here, so. Well, there's like a lot of bone right in here where it's all connected, and you just gotta kind of cut through it. And there's a couple of fins, of course, right here at the bottom. There's like a bone. I think they're kind of connected a little bit to each other, but we'll get that later too. Okay, all this right down here, you want to save all this, because that will, that bottom of the form, that point of that form will go up in there. So you want to save all this. Basically, I just find something, if it's hard and it's connected, cut it. And that's about as complicated as I get with it. There we are. Need to get up here better. Look at that. Okay. Just like on the muskie, I'll take it out in chunks if I can't get it all at once. You know, I'll take it out in chunks. If you're lucky enough to find in between that vertebrae, it'll snap right through. And it looks like I did it. Found that vertebrae. You know, like a small bass or something, that's no big deal. You know, these big old rockfish, these big giant muskie and stuff. Helps to find a way to, you know, find that spine cord and get it in a good spot where it will come apart. You know. Look at that. It's breaking off. Huh? Yeah, it was. All scales are still intact. Thank goodness. Seems like they want to pop scale a little bit easier than some of the other fish, so keep that in mind. But I'll continue working on getting this body out. Now we got to snip through the spinal cord, and I'm just going to go in about right here. Try to find that cartilage between the vertebrae. If I can find that, we're good to go. And I think I went through it. For the most part, I think it did. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, he's still froze solid in the middle. That's what I'm feeling. That's all right. That means he's just fresher that way. Okay, while I'm letting that thaw out, he's still a little froze. I'll go ahead and get what I can. Scraping the meat off. There is a lot of grease on these fish, though. I can see it. You know, same with that muskie I did last night. So they're definitely greasy critters. The denatured alcohol will kind of help degrease them a little, so that helps. Denatured alcohol is enhanced for a lot of taxidermy stuff. You know, you can inject antlers with it, preserve the antlers on like a deer, and all kinds of good stuff like that. Good for bird feet, you know. tool is invaluable. It rolls everything off. And of course, it's going to get messy. As you can tell. It's just a rolling off. Can you see all this on there? Try to trim this tail up a little bit while everything else is still thawing out a little bit. Try to get as close to this skin as I can, and cut all this excess off. Basically, I'm just trying to cut some of this off for a good fit around the tail. So I got a little bit closer up under here. And I'm trying him up and see what kind of damage I can do as far as getting him out. I'm going to get that body where it will come out. Let's see. Well, I grabbed it coming out. So anyway. We got that one fin there. Now, I'm getting where it's connected to the body. Also, it's kind of connected to collarbone and stuff right in here. Okay, it's disconnected. I cut through everything there. Okay, see what it looks like here. If I can cut through this, and it's just one less thing I got to worry about. So I'll go ahead. Okay. There we are. Oh, that made my life a lot easier right there. Whew. Go ahead and do a little bit of skinning on the body here. That's coming up real easy. And that's coming up real easy too, so. We'll focus on the head and get the head real good and get this guy in the denatured alcohol and water preservatives I've got going on. It'll be in good company. It'll be in there with that muskie. I think there's room for both of them. While he's good and fresh, go ahead and get the main body. That way you don't have to worry about scales popping off. You know, because the longer you wait, the more chances are scales will start popping out. So we'll go ahead and get him while he gets good, I guess you could say. Go ahead and get that out of the way, it'll be fine. That's doing a good enough job just by itself. Don't need no extra scraping tools or anything else. Just coming right up. Show you this part again. Get right up here at the soft dorsal. And you see, you snip all this off. This is where we cut it from the body, the spines. And you just kind of push up with your hands from the other side. Look at that, a lot closer. But I can still work on that a little more. It's not as close as it can be. So you can get a little bit on this side, then on this side. It actually goes into the spiny dorsal. Starts in the soft dorsal. And works into the spiny dorsal. You can clean that up a little better, and then go to the spiny dorsal. We'll get that better after we get the head out. So you get the idea. On the soft doors, we get the nut. We get pretty close to the fin rays. Get all that excess off. Here's the anal fin. It can be done the same way. You can get in there a lot better. Turn it around the other way to get some of this other stuff. Okay. Alright. Right here at the anal fin. This is coming up. So the anal fin. On the anus, some of this can come off even. You can hear the anal fin just like the other fins. I get right up to those spines and I can cut a lot of this meat out with this little tool right here. Okay. Get as close as you can without cutting through and start snipping those spiny rays where they were connected to the body. Get them down as flush as you can with the skin. I'll make a nice mount. Pretty darn close. See, right around here, I'll go ahead and do this. A lot of times I just cut this off because this is on the show side anyway, that nobody's going to see. But thin. A lot of times I don't even save that, so I'll just go around it. And when you spread it out and put it on the wall, it'll dry that way. Just make sure it's damp. Rake all this stuff off, but that's self-explanatory. I showed you that already. Now we're going to get on this head and try to get some of this stuff out. I use my shears. I go in from one side, the other, up top, underneath, and just kind of blindly go at it a little bit. I know where the bone is. I know there's a spinal cord in there, and a brain pan, and all that stuff. All this under here needs to be cut. On top of the head. This needs to be cut. All this needs to be cut. Oh, that was easy enough. Getting closer, there's the throat. Some other stuff going on there. Whew. When in doubt, cut it out. Get it out of there. Not too uniform with it, but hey, it works. Blow the gill plate right here. Yeah, the lower jaw, the throat gullet area has a lot of bone and stuff that's got to come out. That's what that stuff is. If I got dowel in there, that's the bottom of the throat. I tend to leave that stuff. But as far as like the spinal cord and stuff like that will come out, I go ahead and get that stuff out. Which is what all this is. Here's the throat. Now this is all very, very hard. So this is going to be rough. Trying to find a place to cut through out of that. This is all just meat going into the head. Hemostats, extra large hemostats, good for grabbing this stuff out of here. Well, it moves, so that means there's some vertebrae there. Just like on the muskie, I had that one of them last vertebrae I gotta get. And the goal is to go in between and, you know, like that. And then it just comes right off. And I got one more here. You know, little old bass, it's easy. These big old fish, that's hard to cut through or to break. So I gotta cut that out somehow. Basically all I'm wanting to do is get on it and twist. If I can twist, I know I can get it. Voila. Works. Now all that stuff can be snipped. Pretty sure now. Clean this out a little better. Cut it out, whatever I gotta do to get it out. There's the brain pan, I can feel it. Now it's climbing out slowly but surely. Well, we got spiny dorsal too here while we're at it. A little closer. Push down to get in there a little bit better. Coming along pretty good. We're on a membrane in there that I kind of want to get out, or ligaments or something little. And break all that stuff up in there. A lot of times that's the best way. Especially on a bigger fish. Trying to get all that out. Just break the corners of it off and snip it apart. I know that's the brain pan down there. I know I'm in there. Twisting, prying, cutting, snapping stuff, getting that out one way or the other. Keep grabbing that stuff out. Sometimes I take off a little more than I really have to. You know, sometimes I'll take the eyes out and there won't be any cartilage in there. You know, usually there's a little bit separating, you know, the right side from the left side. I have been able to take that cartilage out too. You know, when you take the eyes out, it's just completely empty in there. I have done that before. It's a little excessive, but it doesn't hurt anything.
I didn't mean to do that.
Well, he's done for the most part except the eyes. Maybe a little bit of this right here. This will come off relatively quick and easy, looks like. Okay, I got one of them real good. Here's the other. Okay. Check that out. Pretty good. Them right here. Got it separated. Both these fins right here. So pretty good, actually. Okay. Okay, now we got to try to get this collar. I don't know, I guess what you call it. I'm going to go up so far as skinning it out, and then call it good, I guess is the right word. Basically, so I'm pulling the skin apart from the meat, and I'm doing it, so I mean, as long as it's doing it, I'm good with it. Oh yeah, there we are. Okay, right here is this bone right here. This is the bottom of the gullet, and I want to go down as far as this, because this skin, the lower part of the form. You want to grab it? Thank you. Okay. The bottom of this, it's obviously too big, but this, the bottom of the form, will tuck up into the gullet. And so we want to go up here as far as we can and get this little bone off. And some of it will peel. You can go down so far just by peeling, which is pretty neat. I think I'm about as far as it'll go. So I will go ahead and I'll just cut that guy off. As far down as it'll go. You got all this skin to tuck up in there. Of course, I want to get all the red meat off. All the meat off. And this will come off too. There we are. That's pretty good. Now this, let's see what we can do with this and doctor this up. You know, this is part of the, where the collarbone is. Let me see what I can get off as far as this goes. Sometimes you have to, you get where it actually peels, the skin does. So far so good. Look at that. I want to take it up as high as I can. As much as I can get off without it starting to tear. Usually starts tearing about right, well, coming on down right now. Okay. Now it's starting to get a hole. Okay. It happens somewhere right in here anyway. That's where it happens. So I'll just take it down as far as it'll go. And snip it off if I can, hopefully. Now what it is all down here, there's no collarbone anymore, like up here. And it's a good idea to go ahead and get it off. There's a lot of red meat back in there and stuff. And the customer's not going to notice, you know. So. I always try to, you know, I take it down as far as I can. And that's great if it'll keep going down, you know, without tearing. But eventually it starts to tear. You need to cut through it. And I'll look at it like I did the best I could on it. Snip that a little bit better. See, not only did I get some of a lot of the collarbone there, but also right here on this fin, see, I couldn't got a couple of real small holes that aren't going to matter much, but you can see I got a lot of this out, so it's not going to be sticking out, you know, in the mount. The mount's going to look good, in other words. So I'll go ahead and dress this up a little, get off any excess cartilage that I can. Yeah, the meat is shrinkage, so it helps to get it out, you know. And basically all I'm doing is this real thin skin, trying to do the best I can. Getting all this off here. Doing a good job though, it's coming out. I will leave the gullet here. The throat, I always tend to leave the throat. I want a fish with no throat, but I'll get some of that stuff on the bottom of his throat and get all that off. Look at that deep old hole in there. You still always dig out a little bit more, I guess. Get in there, get some of that stuff. I'm going to show you an eye, and then I want you to assume that I'm going to do the other eye the same way. See all that? I got all that meat off there. One small hole, which for me is good. So, okay, you get a good X-Acto knife blade, and we just literally, again, you can say you're cutting the eyeball out by going around it, getting up in there. Cut around his eye. Now we get a good old set of trusty hemostats. Try to get up under the eye. I'm working on getting that guy out of there. You're going to do the other side the same way, but what I usually always do, no matter what kind of fish it is, but I guess on a pike they're more pronounced, I suppose. So, okay, I like cut around, go around and go like that. Try to get down in there. Trying to cut that meat off the cheek, you know, and then turn the X-Acto knife blade around. Back up here. Try to go back around. It just helps. You know, I'll even get borax down in there. Because, yeah, we don't want a cheek that's not been fleshed out. Or, you know what I mean? Definitely want a cheek that's had the meat taken out of it. If you don't, they'll shrink down to nothing. Nothing worse than a cheek where it's like super empty looking. And I have seen that. Not no fun. Borax helps you out a little bit. Helps you get in there and grab it. Look at that meat. You get all that meat out of there. It's that cheek meat. I don't know if muskie are very considered good table fare, but they ain't all bones like people are saying. This guy's got a lot of meat on him. I mean, yeah, a lot of meat. I mean, they're edible. Dadgummit, this guy, he'd have been good eating because he ain't all bone. I'm getting a lot of meat off this guy. Using my extra large hemostats just a little bit more bigger to try to help me out, you know. Get all of that meat out of there. And I know on a bass, I'll get my finger in there and reach around and feel. You can feel if you left some meat in there. And there's a lot of meat in here still. And let the borax help you out. Some good stout pair of needle noses. And you'll eventually get it. You'll eventually get it. So, how you do that? And you do the other side the same way. You just get in there and make sure you get all that meat out. Okay, I think I got this for the most part pretty good. Okay. I gotta keep digging it out. You're reaching over your finger to kind of feel, make sure you got it pretty good. And you're going to use mache to get all that stuff out, you know. And then you do the other one the same way. Other eye on the other cheek. Okay, I'm going to rinse him off in water and I'll be right back. Okay, I rinsed him off. And now I'm going to put him in my half and half denatured alcohol and water. And I've also got muskie in here. So, woohoo, tight fit. For sure. But I've got a remedy for that. Okay, we got it in our half and half denatured alcohol and water along with the muskie. I'm going to put the lid on and keep it for as long as I have to. It could be months or it could be weeks, at least a week, to let them degrease real good. And I may oversize it a bit. I tend to do that often. So what I want to do is just test fit. And here I've got my rockfish in my, or I've had him in my solution. I might have to put him in some other stuff to get him to soften up a little bit. But I'm just wanting to get an idea. That body looks way too big for this fish. And I don't see how I could have done that, but I've done it. Unless they gave me the wrong size, which is very, very possible. Screwing up and giving people the wrong size bodies and stuff. That's definitely not going to work. We're going to have to shave that guy down a lot. Okay, right here. On one of my measurements, from right here to the base of the tail was 23 inches. And what I've got here is, just roughly guessing without a skin, he is almost at 25. So I need to go right here, cut that off. That'll get him to 23 inches on that. Okay, so I know that's got to come off. Had a girth of 24. See what the girth is on this guy. We'll probably have to shave some off here too. So it's not going to be fun, but I'm going to try to use him if I can. Girth. This is about the widest spot right here. Not too bad. It's only the girth is 24. Here I've got 25 and a half. See what I got down here. 24 and a half. Okay. Girth is doable, except for right here. Okay, it goes up to about 26 right here at the fin juncture. So, in other words, I'm going to have to test fit him a few times, quite a few times. In other words, right here's got to come off. All that right here has got to come off. Yeah. And then we just keep test fitting until he fits. That's how we do it. What it wasn't a good fit, but he was a real fat fish with a small head. And this is what you're stuck with. You have to alter your forms a little bit to get them to work. Probably saw this tail off. And this little saw thing, I got it at Lowe's. I don't know, they're built for carving like drywall and stuff, cutting up drywall. Get this all down, and if I go too far building down, I may have to build back up. I've had to do that before, and it happens. Well, this will make life a little easier. Now, I'm going to round these corners off and do a pre-fit and see what we got. This is the center line right here where the two molds come together. I'll go right down. I'll even look and do my best to kind of even it right down the middle. Then I'll make another like this. You ain't got to do this, but I like doing it. Seems like it makes me a little more uniform on what I'm doing. But basically you want a half down the middle, then half both sides. And that's kind of what you get. Okay, then it gives you a little bit of idea what you need and what you don't need. Alright. Okay. I'll use my Sawzall again, make my life easy. Save me a lot of cutting and shaving. Go ahead and, well, making my life a lot easier. What I'll do is I'll taper down the side with a cut and use this ridge kind of like a center line. Okay. See this ridge right here where I cut? Use it as my center line. It's in the middle of where I'm cutting. See that? Okay. That's good for starters. Now we get more into the rasping aspect. You know, cut off the bolt and then rasp the rest. That's the way I say it. Same with the top. Got a line here, right down the middle. Make sure it's right down the center. As good as humanly possible. Something like that. Okay. And there's your outer ridge line. And then you just go right in the middle. You kind of eyeball it to make sure you center it right. You do the other side the same way. Sawzall again. This ridge line is our center line, and we just take off that excess. Yep. Whew. It's almost too big to handle. See how I've done that? Same thing the other side. See how that helps? Makes life a little easier, and then I still got to shave all this down. Don't want to take too much off, but I do want to make my life easier. Alrighty. I think to be safe, we'll rasp the rest and give it a shot. Because this is the body of the fish. Move the tail, I'm just tapering it off. Back like it was. I'll be a lot shorter now. tandem blocks too that help with a lot of this stuff. Smoothing everything out and get all the pits and grooves out. I'm going to do a pre-fit with him first. Let him drain a little bit. Camera rehydrating so it's a little bit softer. And probably 20 minutes or so. 15, 20 minutes. Just let him soften up a little bit. Just a little bit on the tough side. And he's completely submerged. We'll let him soak there for a little while. And then we'll be able to work with the skin a little bit better because the skin's a little bit tough and it's making it a little bit hard on me. Okay, I've had him been sitting in here, I don't know, close to 30 minutes, I guess. Oh, he's softened up considerably. He sure has. Let him drip dry here for a little bit. And drip right to the head. A lot of water too. Okay, I've let it sit for a while in the water, in the borax. The head is very questionable to me about whether I can get it to fit. Chances are very good I'm going to have to. May have to lay part of this off the table here for a second because of the curvature of the body. See if I can get it to fit here. Okay. It goes around there. It goes up into there. That's as far as it'll go. Okay. For sure it looks like I need to, yeah, definitely take some of this off. Okay. I'm just kind of estimating. Don't want to mess with the back. The least amount I can mess with the back, better off I am. So I'm going to take off probably this. Because let's face it, I can't hardly open his jaw up for one. First, I'm going to try just cutting parts off the head. I'll probably cut this off, and I want to cut the minimal amount I can without destroying the form, you know. So that's kind of what I got going on. I don't want to mess anything up. Okay. I think I'll trim this down a little bit and then see what it looks like. It's mainly a narrow head issue is what I've got. A narrow head issue. Which is what you'll run into anytime you try to oversize something a little bit. You know, you'll get a form that's made for a fish with a bigger head. I run into that a lot. Trying to get a form for a fish with a bigger head. So I'm going to cut this off. A lot of people just use clay up in there anyway. This goes up in the brain pan. And you can use clay. And plus it's got to come down a little bit. It's off. So. get the general shape, and then I'll round it off. Take these sharp corners off and round it, make it look smooth and natural. And then we'll try a pre-fit again. Just trying to smooth these corners out a little bit. And then whatever I got at my disposal. Okay, that's pretty good. To get leverage, you gotta hold this stuff. Okay, smooth these edges off with my rasp, make it look good and even, and then we're going to do another pre-fit. It's hard to get leverage. I don't know if it'll fit. I haven't even checked yet. If I get the head on, I can do everything else. Check the see if it'll fit right. But the first thing is getting the head work fit. When everything looks smooth and natural. No sharp corners, no sharp breaks. Well, you get the idea. I'm going to smoothen this off, round off the corners a little bit, see what it fits like. He's a lot littler than he was. The link head needs to come back more. The tail needs to come back more. And it's because the head is the reason why. I think if I work on the head more, I may remedy a lot of my trouble. I may have to take like an inch more off the tail, but we will get it. This goes back in the solution, and when I think it's pretty close, I'll go ahead and put him in some water and borax and let him just puff right back up. The head is having a hard time getting fitting, so I'm probably going to take a little bit more of this off right here. I think I got it pretty close. I'm going to soak it in some water and a little bit of borax for a little bit. Let that skin soften up because it's pretty hard, and it should stretch a little better too. Okay, I got some water in a 5-gallon bucket. We're close to it. And I'm supposed to put like a handful of borax. I put a couple. Not much, but make sure it's all mixed up, you know. And that fish, where it's been the denatured alcohol, is like super tough. So, what I'm going to do is let it soak for maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something like that. And let him get good and soft. This is where he's been in the denatured alcohol solution, and that ought to be fine. I'll let him soak for maybe 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes ought to be fine, and he'll be good, and then he'll be able to stretch a lot more too. Okay, I'm going to see if this guy fits. He's been soaking in water and a little bit of borax. I'm going to do a pre-fit and see if he fits. If anything, he'll fit better than he did. Okay. Okay, and the fins will line up right there. Okay, he lines up pretty good. Let's see. Okay, that seems to line up pretty good. I just need to take some of that back off, and he'll be fine. Just got to do a little bit more shaving, and he'll be fine. He's just a little thick on the back for me. He's not a bad fit already. He's starting to fit good, but I think I might just want to take some of this thickness off, you know. And that is basically all I'll probably do. Just thinning down in the back. Got my Sawzall. There we are. Good enough. Whoa. I'm gonna get hurt. It should pop off. Now I'm gonna sand, shake the sides down, make it even again, and we'll show you what we got. Okay, I'm just gonna round this thing off where it looks decent. Just gonna eyeball it and smooth it out. Yeah, just pull it off this corner here. Okay, it looks like he's going to fit now. He's going to go. Fins are up on top. Belly will be stretched out. All this lines up real good. I'm going to let him soak a little bit more, and we're going to mount that sucker. Okay, I'm going to attempt to go ahead and mount him. I think we shaved him down pretty good. Got a bunch of clay here. Probably going to go ahead and just stick that up in his head. Let it fill up anything in his head there. His brain pan and all that good stuff. I went in and hacked it off, but we gotta, replace all that, with his head, so. Okay. Up right here on the head, I know a lot of trouble. A little bit of a tight fit right here. Everything is like it's supposed to be. Okay. Okay. Okay, all that's where it needs to be. So, start shooting a few stakes here to hold everything. Okay. Kind of hold everything while I'm working on it. I'm going to line up his fins for sure. Can you see all this back here? Okay, good, good. Thank you. That looks pretty good. Kind of roughly, you know, trying to get everything lined up. Staple in the back, get everything lined up. Okay, you're gonna attach him to a stick. So we're gonna throw a couple of screws in here. Just make sure he's good and tight on there, you know. Get this other one in here. The fellow is not moving unless I want it to move. I can find the same spot. Let's see. It ain't quite long enough. Okay. Okay. Oh. Well, that helps. I got me a long drill bit like this, and I'm going to pound it in on the bottom. In other words, I want that jaw open, and I'm having a tough time opening it up on my own, so basically I'm going to try to get it where it'll open up a little bit on its own to help me out. A hammer here. I can get a little bit further even. Coming out of the bottom, he's doing good. I want his head a little bit more this way, and a good way to do that is to get you another good long piece of wire if you got it, and you have to get that head where it's, you know, more turned, whatever you got to do, and tap it in with a hammer. This way it looks like it's going, actually. Okay. Not perfect, but that'll work. I'm going to put another one in there. to make his head where it's more, you know, like it's supposed to be. Okay, now there's places in the head that I tend to like to use silicone to kind of fill things up a little bit, and this is one of them.
Bixby-based privacy content have been updated.
Okay, here we are. I believe that's all. Okay. Well, that's all we got anyway. So, works out pretty good. Right in there. I had a hole there. It was unintentional, but it's a good place. If you're going to have a hole, that was a good place to have one. So, I get a little bit of... But I've got more silicone I'm going to put in from the other side, and I'll try to let you see that also. Okay, I'm going to get in here, and there's a lot of empty spot in here, and I just want to make sure I got enough where it needs to go, and I'm sure I do. Sometimes I'll use this in the head to fill up maybe places where I didn't have quite enough clay or something. There's all kinds of things you can do with this stuff, you know. And I know this isn't straight silicone, but it is siliconized. It's got a lot of silicone with it. So I make sure I got enough in there. Just want to fill up any bad spots in it, you know. Maybe even down in here. I'm gonna pump up into his head, you know. Got a lot of empty spots in there, you know. Okay. Should be in there. But let's see. Good thing about silicone, it don't shrink. And that really comes in handy when you're trying to do peacock bass. Just kidding about that. But, okay. Smoothing that out. This stuff's real good about, you know, drying out real good and leaving a good looking fish that everybody can be proud of. And I'll go ahead and put this fin where it needs to be, right here. A lot of people usually go in from the back, and that's some people go in from the front. That's pretty good and stiff in there. Now you can spread this stuff out where it needs to go. It's a silicone. It doesn't shrink. Comes in real handy, like if you got like empty spots on the head or something, it will help with that. And that, my friends, looks pretty good to me already. There we are. You can get the idea. Okay. That's holding. Okay. guess I need to come down a little bit. Okay, well, that's no problem. Got a nail here. I guess anything will work. You know, if it's got a point on the end of it and it's thick. So. There we go. Yeah. I'll go out like that a little bit. Just want a good full spread, you know. Pretty good spread right there. There we are. Like right here. Most people tend to go in from the rear if you can. It's actually, you know, less work on your part to try to fix the fins if you can go in from the rear. Basically what I got is I just got 10 gauge wire, and I haven't even used nails. Nails will work. You know, big old good nails with a good sharp end on them. You want it to prop the fin open if you can at all possible. But you're going to spread it anyway, but it helps to get it in there and get where it'll prop open. Okay. Okay. And the bottom one the same way. Okay, this fin, I want to get the meaty part. I just like going in from the front. I know it leaves a hole, but I just it's just so much easier for me to get it from the front, if you know what I mean. So that's up good. Of course, we'll bring the bottom down. Maybe for the back one, just use a T-pin. Yeah, it's working. Just sorry to get in the way. But you can see how. There we are. Good enough. Yeah, these fins look like they're going on pretty good, so I'm just going to use, for these anyway, I'm going to use just my quilter's pins, you know, just to get a good spread. And that's all they require. The front one's the same way. Just kind of yeah, I may have to put that other fin back further. Something I didn't notice about it. And this goes in here, like right back there. There we are. There we are. There we are. which I try to even the fins up, on the bottom too as good as I can. Start screening these fins so they'll dry a certain particular way. I'm going to put some screening material back here, and I'm going to get a little bit of help from this top wire here. It just seems to work out really good as far as helping. So let's see, that lines up pretty good. Let's see, as far as spreading the fins, that goes like that, and one goes like that. You want a good healthy spread, so I'll tend to do like that, and get it where it's holding really good, and it is. I'll grab this, seem to be helping quite a bit, put that on there. Make sure the skins, or the fins, are real good and tied up on there. Good old wooden clothespins, get the job done. It's kind of spread out pretty good already. Put a few on there, a few there. Some there. And I want to make sure it's good and flat on the end, so I'll grab some more. There we are. Right here on the back. You want a good piece. Well, let's turn the other way. But oh well. There we are. Look right here. And all I gotta do is trace it out. Then cut this out and then use this and as a template, and then cut out another one just like it. So you've got two of them to stretch the fins out. Here, that's his dorsal. We're going to go ahead and cut that. I'll trim it out. And then we have a template, and one goes on one side of the fin, one goes on the other, and we stretch the fin out and put it on there, and he stays good and flat until he dries. So here's the other one. Okay, then we go through here. One side, one on the other. He's already pretty well stretched, so basically all we've got to do on this guy is attach some clothespins to him, get him good and ready to dry. Sometimes you can stretch them a little bit more if you got to, but you got him pinned, so that's pretty much going to do the job for you. Right here. And to do all the other ones like that, we'll do the bottom one too. Okay, now all we got to do is the gills. Now I got to cover all of this off. Okay, here we are. So you don't want to make sure you're getting all those gills. You don't want the gills stuck in there by any means, so want to make sure you don't have them. Make sure you don't have any gill rakers. And basically you do like this. Make sure you got all the gills taken care of, even to the end. Because it won't look right with, you know, showing the, well, let's just say you know, the lower jaw has, these gills have got to cover it up. You don't want just you know, the lower jaw showing and all that weird stuff. If that makes any sense. What I mean is not the lower jaw, but this stuff right down here. You want the gills flared out with his mouth open to hide that stuff. The gills is the only one where I will tend to, we'll just kind of cut it out first. And I may even help it out by doing this. You know, I mean, so I'll trace it out. My main objective is to have those gills nice and wide and open, you know, with none of the gill rays underneath in the way. You want these spread out, and you want even this stuff out, you know, the right here on the ends. You want all that out. So just make sure you got it on there where it'll cover it real good. Make sure all this is out. See, this is going to cover up your gullet. That's the right word, gullet. You want to cover up your gullet, you know. And this is the way to do it. You want that out. You want to spread out as far as you can get it out down to here. And then when we bow the cheeks out, so it'll bow everything out a little bit when we fill the cheeks in. So that's going to help too. But yeah, you want it to go all the way down there. You don't want to show the gullet, in other words, if you can keep from it. You know, when his mouth is open, you don't want to see the gullet really too much. But down here on the end, when all this spread out, didn't have a piece long enough, but I'll get it. I had to, I guess you could say, add a little extra piece to it because the piece I had wasn't long enough. And I'm running out of screen material. It's real cheap. You can get it at Walmart for little or nothing. But I'm mounting this thing during the holidays and they're not open. Not even Walmart. But you get the idea. side the same way. Just want that gullet spread out as good as possible. I mean, you don't want the gullet to show is what I'm getting at. So, about like that. Of course, we're going to bow his cheeks out. I've seen mounts where they didn't fill the cheeks out. They don't look good. A few things I like to do to separate the gills. I'll try to get in there and show you here in a little bit. But I'll get some bird nigger material and I just kind of guess what I want, width-wise, what I want to open his gills up a little bit with. And I'll go from there. Don't want them too wide. Maybe the first one, the first one you come to kind of help separate his gills out a little bit. Get my, just like this. And I'll try to show you. I'll try to get in a position where I can show you. I'm probably going to have to get my head in the way to see what's going on. But, okay, if you look under there, you'll see gills. And I got this piece right here, the necking material. Got that there. And you want to spread them out evenly, as like you probably did the other side. If anything, you want the other side a little bit wider, I would think. A little bit stretched, a little bit wider on the other side. Separate every gill you see there. I just run a screwdriver in between them, and so I can get up in there. And even to a point, you can kind of straighten them out a little bit sometimes. Okay, you can see where I'm separating the gills. As I get my screwdrivers, you don't want to open mouth fish with no gills separated. So a lot of times I will just cut off pieces, like here, cut off a piece there, and I cut off more pieces. Just have a few of them set up, that way you don't have to keep stopping it. I know I'm in the way, but you get the idea. Separate the gills. There's a piece right there. You may have to put more than one on one piece, to get it to spread the way you want it to. You just got to be uniform with it. You don't want to be open. You don't want to open gill on top and then on the bottom you want not have an open gill, or you want to try to get it at least where they're open. It really does help. Then you go to the next one. Same thing again. Right there. Put it right there. Okay, there we are. Right there. That's good. Maybe another one on the bottom. Just make sure it's like evenly open, I guess is the right word. Uniform. And you want the other side, the back side, to probably be flared out a little bit more because it is kind of facing to the left. So you're going to want to see that too. So you probably want to make sure the other side is at least even, or maybe a little bit more open. Because his head should be facing a little bit, in this pose to the left. I got a mixing bowl, and I got my got a big old tongue depressor, popsicle stick, and what I got here is cellulose insulation. It's just finely chopped up newspapers. And along with my cellulose insulation, got plaster of Paris. You can get it in those milk jugs, like you see at Walmart, or you can buy it in plastic containers. They got them now. And I want to just put enough in there, make sure it gets good and hard. It's with my cellulose insulation. Then I mix it together with water and just start packing the cheeks. Well, you can see it. My molding plaster of Paris and my cellulose insulation. Mix it real good and start packing the cheeks. Now get some water in there, mix it up real good. Mix it up real good. I like it kind of fine, that way I can get around this thing right here. It just seems like it helps, I guess. But if you want it a little bit thicker, just add a little bit more cellulose insulation and it'll thicken right up for you. So you got to mix up real good and just start popping it in there best as I can. You know, you got to work around the obstacle here. It just takes a little bit longer. But it's what I use to get his, head up where it wants to be. So yeah, it's going to be some work, but we'll get it. It's just going to take longer than what it would if it was like a largemouth bass or something. But sometimes when you put these in the eyes, it helps. You know, it helps get everything right where it needs to be. Just keep on putting it in there. Slowly but surely. Eventually that cheek will start filling out. And like with any other fish, you can overfill the cheeks a little bit. I don't want to do that, but I don't want no wrinkles, you know, like where it doesn't have enough in it. But definitely want to get that stuff down in there. You could probably help it with something too if you had something, you know, like the back of this maybe or something just to help get it down in there. Slowly the cheek's starting to fill out a little bit. You just keep doing it slowly but surely like this until it gets, you know, where it doesn't want to fill up anymore. It's already starting to get hard on me, but it'll still pack. Looks like the wrinkle's about gone that it had. You gotta estimate how much do you want to put a little bit of a puff in his cheek, you know. You know how much you want to add. Just keep on adding. It's interesting the way the muskies don't have scales on their lower cheek like a pike does. The scales go down about right to here, but down in here, there's no scales. That's how you know a real muskie from a pike. What I'll do is I'll get my squirt ball again. Just kind of clean up around his face. Because it don't need to be on there anyway. So what he's getting. Okay. Now we're going to let him dry Let me get a good view of the whole thing. Well, he's ready just to dry. And I'll get back with you here in probably a week, maybe 2 weeks. We'll at least card the fins, while he's still drying inside the mouth and everything. But see you then. There you go. Then you just start putting a few more. Around this extremity. Like right through here. You don't want it bowing out or having some odd wrinkles. So you'll do that. Flatten him out. There we are. We put another on the corners here, on the very extremities, so they don't. Sometimes the fins want to. I don't know the right word to call it. It's like they want to roll over. So, okay. Okay, here for the spiny dorsals, I got a couple of good pieces. Just kind of lay them up against it, and make sure you got to get a couple of good pieces. You make sure it's as good and wide as you can get it. And let's see, which it is. See if I can get things straight with this here. That'll work pretty good. Okay. There we are. Oh, there we are. Just find little, I save a lot of it and reuse it on my smaller fish like my bass. And I'm sure I got a piece that'll fit that. See right here around his gills. I'm going to use a little bit of this. I'm going to cut all this off because we won't use it. And then we're going to go kind of like up in here with it. And then I'll trace 2 sets out. Another set for the other side, of course. And I'll there we are. And that's about, yeah, that's good enough. And I'll trace out 2, one for the other side as well. Okay, we're cutting out that screening material for his gill plate. I got one for this side and one for the other side. And that'll hold it open, and I may even, a lot of times I'll spray the gills a little bit. And, if he's got a good open mouth, I'll do that. Spread his gills up, open just a little bit, and you'll separate them. It's been about a week. It's still not dry enough to paint, but I think it's dry enough to go ahead and get the fins taken care of. So you pull all these off and get all your screening material off and save your screening material and reuse it again and all that good stuff. These will come out, the paper clips and all this. Just let it come on out and put everything back where it goes, and then I'll show you what we got. You got your pins, they'll come back out. All this. Even these big pins, you know, they'll come out. They've served their purpose, done what they were supposed to do. So, that's great. Well, I get all this done, take all the pins out, and I'll show you the bare fish, and then I'll show you what we do next. Okay. It's been drying for several weeks, so now we just take all our clothespins out, take all our screen material off, and put these in. They'll come right out. Just gotta tug on them, tug and twist, whatever it takes. There we are. Okay. Or pins or whatever you had to use, go ahead and get those out. Little clips here. Yeah, all these come out. These in the eyes should come out. Just kept the throat kind of straight. Slowly but surely it's coming. These were support for the head while it was drying. Got my Dremel tool. We're going to Dremel the eyes out. Eye sockets. We'll do some test fitting. I drilled my hole out. I think I did a pretty good job on it. But some of this has got to be cut off, and this has got to be cut. What I'm getting at is this. Some of this loose skin around here can be kind of cut off. It's just not doing much of anything. Yeah, sometimes fish got a little bit of that skin there, and a lot of times I'll cut it off. It's just like loose extra skin. Okay, we've been dremeling this out. We do a little bit more. I went down one size on my eyes, and oh, they fit real good. In fact, yeah, they fit a little bit too good, but give it a little caulk. That ought to be enough. Get my eye and stick it directly in where I think it needs to go. Sometimes I tend to put the pupil kind of pointing up towards the nose a little bit. I hadn't had nobody complain about it, but a lot of times the bottom of, well, I've seen them different. A lot of times the eyes are a little bit, I guess you could say like that. sometimes they kind of like dip down a little bit at the bottom. I guess reference picture is the way to go as far as that. I'll put a little bit extra around the eyes here. I'll get my finger, get a little water on the end of it. Okay. Straighten that out a little bit. Get a wet Q-tip a little bit. Oh yeah, there we are. Sometimes I get a little piece of cardboard or something to kind of help me out around these corners, straighten stuff out so it looks a little better. Well, I can't get with my fingers, you know. And you do the other eye the same way. Try to make them look symmetrical, both sides. From the front, you want them even. You know, you don't want one crooked and one straight or anything like that. I got me some cardboard. And what I'm going to do is just trace an outline of the fish. Sometimes I purposely enlarge it a little bit more because we're going to cut it off anyway. And then we like the soft dorsal. Put it right here. Now, a lot of times I'll put like D for dorsal. Not super important on the muskie, I guess, but and I do all the fins that way. And we got a lot of patchwork. You can see there's a big hole right there. That's normal. That's part of it. But I'm going to put A for anal, so I know it's an anal fin. Or sometimes I'll just write it out. You know, makes life easier. Yeah, I do all my fins that way. And then we just, I'll show you what we do next. Just go ahead and trace all your fins out on a piece of cardboard. So right here on the pelvic, I'm going to and just put pelvic. That way, don't get my fins mixed up, make life a little bit easier. Same with the pectorals. I put B for back, F for front, pectoral fins. Just make life a little easier. Okay, here at the pectoral fins, I like to go ahead and I got my Weldwood DAP contact cement. And what I do is I like to go behind the fins, and basically you put one on the fin, one coat on the fin and one on the cardboard, and then you have got a good firm hold with the cardboard. So make sure I got plenty on there. And you do the other one the same way. It might be easier to turn him around, get to his back there, to coat him real good. Same with the pelvic and the anal. I make sure I get that glue all the way to the end. There's other contact cements out there, but they don't seem to get the job done like this does. It's this is stuff that's always worked. And now you go to the cardboard and put some on the cardboard as well. Here I got my contact cement, and let's go over all these tracings we did. Some people cut them out first and then put the glue on it. But for me, it's just a lot more trouble if I do it that way. So I tend to like to do it like this. Now remember, we got one coat on the back of the fins, and we got one coat on these fins, and that makes all the difference in the world. It will stick really, really good. Once it sticks, it's not coming off. Look at that. Barely had enough. I'll let that dry for a little while. Depending on how warm it is, you may not have to wait long. Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something like that. It won't take long. Here I'm cutting out my outlines. This is the anal fin. And I made it larger than it had to be, and that was on purpose. Should let it dry a little bit longer. But I can get a little bit of help with like clothespins or something. It's just right here on the end, right here. There we are. But if it's good and dry, I mean, if you let it dry, for some people, wait and come out the next day even. You know, let that glue dry. Really, really good. You know, the two parts before you mesh them together, they let it dry really, really good. And sometimes that's what it takes. Like in between the rays, I get like the back of a paintbrush or something like that. Or like, I've used several things. And you just mash that down. And it helps those fin rays stand out real good. And just kind of gives it a helping hand. You want to go all the way to the end. Make sure those fin rays don't curl up on the ends, you know. And yeah, we don't want that. I'm gonna put the tail on here and try to match it up. Sorry, I'm gonna be in the way a little bit. But okay. Here we are. I know it's going to be a little bit, I've done it this way on purpose. You know, made it a little bit bigger than what it actually is. Now that is not coming off at all. Some people lay the fins down on the table and tap them with a soft mallet. I've seen that done before. Of course, these big old fish, that's not easily done, so you gotta improvise. Gotta make sure these fins are on there real good. Of course, I'll go back with my either back of a paintbrush or something like this to get in between the fin rays. And it'll help that cardboard stick all that much better. It'll make the rays stand out a little. I don't even know if it has to be done. It's just something I do. And well, there we are. Remember, I marked on these pelvic and pectoral fins, put front and back. This is the back one. For whatever reason, I feel like it's easier to maybe do the back one first. And got my little thing in. Go in between the rays with it. Use this or a small paintbrush, the back of the paintbrush. I just like to make sure it gets a good stick. Don't worry about being too perfect right now, of course, but I guess within reason it helps. You get the idea. I oversize them on purpose, you know. Back of a paintbrush, or in this case, the back of the hemostats works out real good. Forceps, whatever you want to call it. And then we'll trim all that up later. Make sure it's all the way to the end. And it is. And now I've got my scissors again. And we just kind of trim these fins. right up. I just follow the outline of the fin rays and go right around. There we are. And we come around on this side. Go around on this side. Then we get the fine touches with a razor blade. Okay, here these are the same way. Do the front ones and the back ones. You just kind of follow that outline. You know, get what you can with your scissors, and then we'll go back, trim them up with a razor blade with a straight edge. So I got my straight edge razor. And I think it's a pretty sharp one. Hope you can see that. Hope I'm not in the way, but I may be. You get the idea. Okay. Follow the outline of that fin with your razor blade. I'm going to try not to get in the way, but chances are good I probably will. But kind of following the outline of the fin. Okay. Oh, that works. You know, sometimes you can hit it from a different angle and get a better cut, like from above or something like that. And that works. Okay. Just run right down the side of it. Here we are. And you do all the other fins the same way. Okay, now here I got my caulk. And some of these places probably wouldn't matter really a whole lot. You know, I've seen some taxidermists not mess with it too much. But a little bit of caulking on there. I get my brush, get a little bit wet, you know, with water. Make sure it's spread where I want it to spread. Let's see, yeah. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. I want to at least get on the ends there. And then about there on the ends. Okay. Go like that. Go like that. Go like that. 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 Go that way. You know, we mimic fin rays by using brush strokes off the brush, and you can see what it looks like. You know, don't take much because there's not a lot here really. If you got like bad fin damage or something, this does take care of it. So you can just kind of wet it down a little bit, make sure the wetness is on there. Whoops. And you physically can see the way the rays go, and you just go in the opposite direction and bring them out. There you go. In some places you got like where we had used nails, you know, to support the fin. There you go. Took care of that. That easy. And you do all your fins that way. Yeah, like right here, I had a big hole, so I just put some caulk down in there. Be able to get just a little bit of water on my fingers. Okay, got my brush again. Looks like fin rays. A little bit of water on the end of a piece of paper or something to kind of feather it out a little better. Maybe. You plug up holes with that caulking and everything, and that's what I do. Like bad blemishes or something. There are some holes up there around. You can see there's another hole right there. You can barely see it, but I could a little bit of caulking right there, and not much. It don't take much, just enough to fill it up. Any other bad spots there might be, sometimes just a quick swap with the finger takes care of everything. Sometimes it takes a little bit more. Yeah. Up. Right there, up there. Kind of fix things up a little bit. Can take some of this stuff off if it's got to come off. A little bit of a hole on this side. Can't see it from where you're at, but I'll take care of that. The Q-tip or wet Q-tip or whatever you need, and there you go. You're in business. And right here, where his anus is, looks kind of a little bit wrinkled up or whatever. A lot of times what I do is I'll get a little bit of caulk in there. Sorry, I got in the way. Kind of spread this stuff out. Yeah, can't seem to find my popsicle sticks anywhere. But okay, then we smoothen that out. I'm sure those can come off now. Just make sure it's real good and smooth out like it's supposed to be. Then I simply just get my Q-tip. It's just got one hole, and I'll put that hole right back in there. There we are, right there. There she be. Try not to have any fingerprints or anything like that on it. There we are. Okay, got a little bit of caulk in here, and I tend to like to go right around the back here and fill all this in. Make it look good and smooth. Not overly worried about the back, you know, but just want it to look kind of neat in case somebody reaches back there and looks, you know, which they will do. Yeah, two-sided mounts is a different story because you got to make the back look just as good as the front. So I've done a few. I got a popsicle stick. A little bit of water. And start. Yeah, as long as you keep the water on there, it's not going to stick too bad. So. I don't get too fancy with the bag, but you can use paper towels and contact cement, which was how I was taught to cover. You basically cut out paper towels to cover that gap, and that's the way I was taught. Put contact cement on the paper towels and put some on here too, and then it just basically like how we carded the fins, except just using paper towels for the back. So. Just kind of blend it in where it looks pretty good. Okay, here's what I got so far, just using like a popsicle stick. And I don't know, it's just what people do. You can use paper towels, contact cement, and cover all this. You know, even the staples and everything. And a lot of people do that. Just whatever you feel like doing. Paper towels cut out to fit, and then use contact cement on the paper towels to get it to fit. Got more of this. There again, just keep it wet, and it'll do what you want it to do. You know, at least keep your popsicle stick wet, I guess is the right word. What I mean to say. Get the idea though. A little bit of water helps this stuff melt, you know. And that's kind of what you're after. Well, you get the idea. Just covering everything up, and I'll show you what it looks like when I get it done. Up here it is. I just used popsicle stick, and you can see the throat, and this is the back, you know. So super neat, but yeah, you can kind of get an idea of what's going on. Okay, remember we spaced the gills up, and you can go ahead and try not to get in the way, but grab those bird naked material pieces that I used to space the gills out. You go ahead and grab these suckers out. Now we're just going to let her dry. Now we're going to paint a skin mount rockfish. I've got base coat sealer, and the first thing you want to do is go over your entire fish with a couple of coats. I think that's what it called for. pins real good. So get the tail real good. Dorsal back real good. Even the belly. About 2 or 3 coats should be about good enough. You even get the gills real good, you know. Bottom of your throat, bottom part of your fish, your belly. I've got white, preferably pure white, but I've got off-white, should be good enough. And you just spray the bottom fins, make them good and white. For the belly. Now the goal is you're supposed to fade out with the white halfway up to the ladder line. So here's our ladder line. So you're gonna get this on real good. I'll get the belly here in a minute. Just like you would a largemouth bass. You don't want to cover up your marks. Okay, it's about halfway up to the ladder line. That's pretty good right there. It's halfway up to the ladder line. Front. About right. You just kind of gradually fade. Halfway up to the ladder line, and that's correct. Okay, now we're going to do a little bit of face work. Yeah, like right in here. Run out of paint real fast on these big fish. Get you all surprised. Okay. Just like on a bass, all this, the gills, they get real good and white. Now, these fish are basically kind of a white undertone anyway. And I've had trouble in the past, like darkening and making them too dark, simply because they're white fish to begin with. So pretty much all the colors we're putting on, they're kind of almost like a blending type, kind of a tinning almost, I guess is the right word. And right in here is usually pretty white, just like on a bass. Around the lip areas are really white usually. Right through there gets white. Now this is like on a largemouth, the way the little bony area right below the gill plate tends to be really white. Just kind of whiten all that back up. Even this. Right in there gets white. Yeah, there we go. Right in there. And I'm not worried so much about. See, all this is going to be tinted in with black anyway. Get the lips real nice and good. inside the mouth real good. All this needs to be done. We're going to use a little bit of white paint in these areas. Whitening good inside his mouth. And right here on the end, maybe get those teeth, roof of the mouth. Get all that stuff. Yeah, make sure you get the bottom of the throat, bottom of the belly, and even the inside of the gills. I like to get inside these gills right here and whiten them things up. You know, they're white on the outside, you know they're definitely white on the inside. So, get those real good. Paint the gills real good if you want to. And then they're going to be painted red later. Better watch your overspray though. May have to nothing wrong with carding something if you have to. You know what I mean? That way you can get everything white like you want it. Even around the gills, that thin skin around the gills, I like to get that good and white. Just like you would a bass. You know, just a regular largemouth bass or something. Just want to whiten everything up. I usually come up to about where the pectoral fin juncture is. It's usually where I stop in front of the throat. And then I may go behind it a little bit, whiten all this up. And right here, pectoral fin. Whiten all that up. A rule of thumb is fade out right there at the halfway up the lateral line. So I'll keep doing this, make sure I get that lower jaw real good. Everything. Make sure you get all that really good. And all this in the throat area. All in white. I don't thin my paint down too much doing this. You know, I want it to cover. I don't want to mess around with it much. I want to get it good. It takes a while with a small airbrush. Yeah, it takes a while. Get everything like you want it. So yeah, halfway up to the lateral line from the belly. So just designate a halfway mark that you fade out at. Some schedules call for like a gray color, you know, like black and white mixed together with a gray. Probably could even use diver gray maybe or something. But instead of using gray, I'm going to use silver metallic, which some paint schedules calls for it. And what you want to do, you want to fade out at the lower belly. And plus we're working on getting him kind of a little bit reflective. You know, a little bit of a shimmer to him. So I'm going to be applying kind of a light coat's what it calls for. If you want it light enough where you can still see your stripe patterns, so you don't cover it up. I can already tell it's adding a reflective sheen to it, and that's part of the trick. Is to, have a little bit of reflective sheen to it. you're going to fade out about right in here. And use reference to help you out a little bit. Okay, we're also going to lightly get our dorsal fins. It don't take much for that silver to show through. Wow. Even the tail a little bit. It's not in the frame real good, but you get the idea. Now there's other colors on here that are going to go on, but I can tell right away. One thing about the silver metallic, you know where you put it and where you haven't put it. Going road, be careful with it. I'm not going to leave it in the spot, you know, without following me. And the gill cover pretty much everything. But up in here, you can get it. Maybe some of the gill flap. Make sure you have it there where you need it. Now, what's considered a light coat, I'll leave it up to you. The main thing is you want to be able to see your stripe pattern still underneath. It's looking pretty shimmery to me though. Okay. I think I'm going to stop right there. Well, as you can see, I've got like you can see kind of where it ends. I kind of like doing it that way. You kind of have a, kind of fade out at the lower belly. I think that looks pretty cool. I think I'm about done, but don't want to get too carried away. I think that's fine right there. Okay, now I've got silver pearl, and the same with this. Some call for white pearl, some call for silver pearl. I'm sure there's little reasons why. You know, sometimes different paint schedules, the way they apply their paints, you know, maybe if the colors are slightly different or something, they end up, you know, sometimes they end up being about the same color, but I guess what I'm getting at, it's probably a good idea to follow one paint schedule. It's probably better if you can do that. I mean, when you come to like putting different colors on. But basically what I'm doing here is everywhere that I put the silver metallic, I assume even the dorsal and the tail. But everywhere that I put the silver metallic, I'm putting my silver pearl. I should lightly miss the belly, which I'm sure white pearl would be fine for the belly. And it says to put it everywhere I put the white, so I assume that means the face too. The throat, everywhere I put white. The maxillary right here. Pretty much anywhere you put the white. Lower jawbone, all that. Even the bottom fins here, the pelvic fins. anal fin, the lower belly here. It all has that good little sparkly look to it. Yeah, still got my silver pearl. Make sure you get the belly with it. It says lightly, so I assume that means that you can overdo it. So just be careful. I went ahead and done the cheeks with a light coat too. I figured a little bit of reflective base on top of that yellow is not going to hurt. I mean, so all the way down to the tail. Put your good light coat. We all have a good little shimmer to him. Well, it looks like I missed something with my silver metallic. And that would be, I was supposed to spray the entire fish, and that means the cheek too, with the silver metallic. Sorry. So all this up here gets it. Gill cover. I'll stay off the white areas. Yeah, I forgot to get that too. There we are. That's good enough. And I'll throw a little bit of white pearl on it, just kind of even things out. Or silver pearl, I mean. Oh, I was also supposed to miss the pelvic, pectoral, and anal fin with this color. So, I really kind of lost track of what I was doing there. Okay, so a lot missed. That's considered a lot missed. Let's see, a lot missed down here. Watch it grow on there a little bit, like that. And the anal fin the same. I assume when they say lightly, they mean lightly, so I'm going light with it. You can ammo spray with it and bring out your fins. I'm going to go ahead and throw another coat of base coat sticker on here just to kind of see what I got. Kind of flatten the colors out a little bit. And it also helps the shine. It adds a little shine itself. No base coat sticker does. Kind of worried about what my colors look like. Not so much the white on the belly, just the other stuff. Yellow, a lot of paint schedules don't even call for it. Some of them they'll call for green, some of them don't call for any of it. They just go straight to black, for the back and everything. But this paint schedule calls for yellow. Some call for green, but later I'm going to put ocean blue, kind of like over the top of the black, and I think that's going to kind of make the yellow where it's not so yellow, but more of a blue. So I think that's why this paint schedule is doing it this way. So it's probably optional whether you even want to use this color or not, but it says to go along the back with it, and then lightly mist the pectoral fin. And soft dorsal fin. That's what it calls for. So we're going to do it, but I know I'm going to put blue later, and blue goes over yellow, it turns into green. I run into the same situation with when I did my white crappie, kind of done the same thing. Now I would say you don't want to get too carried away with this color, for sure. Especially if a lot of them don't even call for it. Yeah, I'd kind of go light with it. Just remember you're tinting and not painting. That ought to help. But I can already see it a little bit. Right along the top of the back. Some call for green, this calls for yellow, but we're going to put blue later, which is going to turn the yellow kind of like a green, I think. I'm going to stay right along the back with it as much as possible. It doesn't say if it's to be done put light or not, but I assume light because it wants a very light misting on the fin. So applying it along the back. I guess just to the point where you start to see it, you know, you're probably good enough. And I'm starting to see it. Which this is really accurate because I do see it, you know, on live specimens. See that yellow back, you know. Or you see the yellow kind of peeping through. Yeah, it's probably there. But a word. Lighting can play a trick on you. You think you're not putting a color on, then you change the angle, and that's all she wrote. You just gotta be careful. Okay, it wants a little on the gill cover, so I'm gonna do my part and do this. Very lightly is what it says. Very lightly. Probably the cheek too. Can't go wrong going very lightly. There we are, very lightly. It hasn't overpowered anything. Well, at least at this angle, I kind of better see what I got going on here. You at least want to be able to see the color. I know that. So I'm going to stay right along the back, but I want to be able to see it at least a little, right? So that's pretty there. That's pretty there. See a little bit on the soft dorsal. Let's see about here. You'll be able to see a little bit on the pelvic. Whereas this face is hard to see. That bright yellow is hard to see anyway. It's transparent. It makes it hard to see. But we'll go to our next color. Okay, we're going to attempt to add a little bit of color. I've got my gill red. I'm going to do my gills. But what I'm also going to do right now, let me turn it just a little. There we are. I've got my gill red. I'm going to add just a little. To give kind of a fleshy look to my dorsals and my tail. And we're gonna remember we're gonna highlight the fins with black too, so It's not going to be a total washout with red, in other words. And you see it in the reference pictures, you always see a little bit of red. I can show you, but you know what I mean. All fish tend to have a little bit of that red that shows through sometimes. So it's not wrong. Put it in there. Of course, you can always cover it up if it's a little bit too loud for you. And we're going to stick with that. Can't hardly even see it, or not from that angle anyway. But it's definitely, yeah. I mean, it shows. It shows, in other words. See, I'm done with that. Almost too much anyway. And I'm going to get some paper towels. I'm going to put them into the mouth. And you want to jam enough in there that it's you're going to keep from messing your inside of your mouth up. And you want to paint your gills, that's about it. Make sure you got enough in there to cover up any potential overspray that may mess up your inside of your mouth. And I just get my gill red and start painting my gills. Now a lot of times I usually just hold the fish. But I'll show you how I do a little bit of detail work around the gills with the red. See, a lot of times, like right down here, I know you can see it, but like right down here towards, you know, where the last gill, you know, that last gill meets the throat area. I just usually try to make I'm kind of holding my breath, but you want it to look good and rounded. That looks best for me. See, it's painted. You know, you don't have red like just, you know, coming out like a real poor paint job or anything. And that's how I usually take care of that. Kind of, you know, help it look neat. Now up here even, you know, you want to be neat with it. You know, you don't want gill red all over the gullet. So you just want to kind of want to be neat with it. Of course, you can always, you know, touch it up with white later if you do make a mistake. No biggie, but it'll save you time if you try to be neat with it the first time. I guess that's kind of what I'm really trying to say. A lot of times when you breathe is when you mess up on some of this stuff. Just be careful. If you can see it with your eye, you should be able to hit it with your airbrush, I think. That's kind of my rule of thumb with it. Can be a little tricky doing it with the camera going, but you get the idea. do all your fins that way and be neat with it. And then you just pull the paper towels out. And just like with any fish, that's kind of what you got. You'll see a little bit of the red, but it's usually the gills. And yeah, it looks pretty good. That's what it looks like. And now I've got black green. Here again, I missed a step, but better late than never. Now, what this is for, they call them green heads in some places, so they definitely have green on their heads. That's the name. I'm gonna go around the eye, above the gill plate. I tend to do that. I do my bass and everything. Everything in the perch family I do this way. But see, I got my black green in this case. I go just around the eye. Yeah, if there was some repair areas needed to be done, this would cover that up. Then I'll go kind of like up here. I kind of actually go up. You know, after I go around the eye, then kind of stay above the gill plate. And that's how I do it. I do all my fish this way. I really can't see much green, but you know how that goes. What it calls for. Probably go ahead and outline the lips and everything with this black green if I wanted to, but I have used this black green instead of black and still had good results. So it's just kind of whatever you're kind of used to using, I guess. Yeah, that right there. There. Oop, went a little bit dark with it. Well, I'll show you what we do next. Now I'm going to put the spot pattern in. And you sort of fade as you get towards like the bottom two stripes. I kind of tend to fade a little bit. I try to. And notice I'm doing this instead of going straight to like highlighting the fins, because if it's kind of humid outside, which it is, I tend to want to go ahead and do the detail work first because due to humidity. Yeah, pretty much just due to humidity. If my paint's going to splatter, I'd rather it splatter while I'm like doing the back or something, as opposed to doing detail work. So, people have little differing views on what they see. Sometimes I'll see two dots and then a line curve, kind of like this. Well, let's see, like this. Sometimes I'll see this, and then just like two dots. But it's whatever you see, just try to replicate it as good as you can. You can't go wrong if you do that. doing the lateral line. You know, like right here, here's the scale edge, and then you can put like two dots right there. It's like where the next two scales intersect. So you'll go, just kind of do it. If you paint what you see, you can't go wrong. I mean, that's Mother Nature, you know. But I'll do this, and I'll get back with you. You know, when I make a little bit more progress. Okay, here's what I got so far. And now in between these, there's like a faint row of little small spots that go in between some of them. But I'll show you that here in a little bit. Just kind of putting in what I see. Now these are the last two. Like there's like basically three pronounced ones below the lateral line, and these are the last two. There's more stuff showing through though, but. One more down here. Whoop. A little bit too dark with it. It wouldn't hurt to be a little bit darker anyway, though, to be honest with you. See where the two scales intersect with the scale in front? That's how I tend to do it. I'll show you later. Show you a little bit. Looks like they even put a little bit of something down here. Which I guess wouldn't be wrong, but I'll. Let me see how many show. Yeah, a lot of them fade right out. That third one, yeah, the fourth one down is usually the last one, so. But just for looks purposes, they're gonna. A lot of times there's like a faint row of spots in between these. And I'm going to show you that right now. I think you kind of want the lines to sort of fade out, but in a way that's believable, you know. Like towards each end, they get smaller. And then they kind of fade into nothingness, you know. So that's our goal. That's pretty well good enough. I should leave well enough alone, I think. And in between these in between these big spots is a row of, well, they're supposed to be faint. But easier said than done, I guess. It's supposed to be a row of faint spots in between, you know, the main spots. Might have to go down on your pressure or whatever you got to do to make that happen. And let them taper out and fade out as you get towards the head too. Here's another row. And then kind of fade out too. Here toward the back. You can almost run a faint line and keep it very vague, you know. Go down here and do it too, I guess. Might have to go over it again if it's not dark as dark as you want it. From up here. Got pretty dark already though. I think I got some of them earlier. Well, you get the idea. Kind of going in between them a little bit. Let's see right here. Yeah, it's good to make them kind of faint, especially down in here. Yeah, I noticed on some fish, it actually helps to almost do a bait line. You go kind of go all the way through. I mean, it's almost unnoticeable. It seems to help a little bit. It's whatever you come up with. You know, at least to the main ones you can do it. You know the hybrids, like the hybrids, they're pretty good. Sometimes you can kind of straighten things up a little bit, putting like a vague dark line through them. I mean, it's not noticeable, but it's there, nonetheless. Okay, now I've got my black still. I've done several on it, but I'm going to hit the upper lip. I've done several videos on it. Well, pretty much any time I paint a fish. But I guess I could show you better. Hold on. Yeah, watch how the see, I'm letting most of the paint hit the front of the lip, but some of it is hitting the front part of the maxillary, and that's how that's done. See, I do the other side the same way. It's kind of like how you angle spray to get that stuff done. Can even go in and hit right in here. You sort of do the same thing on this side, but let most of it hit the back of the lip. Okay. Might want to find a good reference picture, and I've got plenty. And it shows me how the maxillary is sort of kind of painted a little bit. Actually, that's good enough right there. As far as darkness, lower lip gets it, of course, and get right on the end. I'll let some go that way. Let some go the other way. Coming from the back towards the front. The same thing to the other side. Let angle spray do its thing. And that's enough for that. Put the maxillary on this side also. We are. Well, black is what really makes these fish. You know, highlighting the fins and detailing them. A lot of times I have a tendency to, I'm so afraid to make them too dark. A lot of times I make them not dark enough. If you can believe that or not. Run into that. Black is one of those colors, man. You can overpower a fish like real quick with it. And you don't want to really do that. Very easily done. Especially when you angle spray, something can look different in one certain angle and then look different in another angle completely. But it doesn't hurt for these fish to have a real grayish looking. I've seen, especially on stripe, I've seen them like where they really did just really gray looking fins. It's not wrong. You could almost paint the back just gray, the fins gray, darken the back, put in your stripes, and probably be a good looking fish. Well, I've seen that done before. Here I've got me a little something to kind of protect. Let's see what I got. Good enough. Don't have to be any more than that. Same thing, you want to angle spray real good. I'll come in from the outside, then go back out, and then I'm shading it. And I come in from the top, do the same thing. Pretty dark. Almost too dark. Then we got here, we want to watch our angle spray. We're just highlighting the fin, that's all we're doing. There we are. Just bring out the rays. Same thing on this one. We just want to bring out the fin rays. You could probably even use silver metallic to do this if you wanted to. Heard of people doing that. Still got my black. Now right here on the corner, just like I do my bass and everything. Right on the very edge. Coming with my black. Like that. It doesn't really say anything about doing the spiny dorsal or not. I'm probably going to leave it be, so I don't kind of like mess it up. I don't know. So on a bass, on a largemouth, I'll do it, but if I do it, let me just barely come in from the rear. I mean, where it's virtually unnoticeable. Let's see what it looks like. That looks alright, yeah. Don't want to get carried away with that. I'm not going to do as much as I would a largemouth. Just a very easy. Just kind of outline that's already there. Yeah, something like that. That's about it. I'm not going to get carried away with any more than that. Blending in just a little bit. So here we're on the tail, same thing. Just kind of like the outer edge. the same with here. You just kind of. Just the very outer edge. I mean, yeah, just the very outer edge. Just give it a little bit of character, outline it a little bit, fade it out before you even get to the bottom. Take a little bit off the top. More right here in the corner, right there. That's it, right there. No more than that. Run that in a little bit. There's some bad spots on it. There we go. That'll work. Okay, now I'm playing dangerously, I guess, but I've still got my black. So what I always like to do, I like to go right along the back. Darken the back up a little. I don't want to get carried away, just a couple of passes. Go on the back side first, just to make sure everything's working good. You know, we put yellow up there, so probably don't want to kill that yellow out. Right here at the base of the fins, though. That's probably already about it right there. It's real easy to darken the fish up too much. And you can angle spray from the rear, kind of bring out the scales, kind of like above the lateral line. That is another thing. I've still got my black. I may make just a couple of passes from the rear to bring out some of the scales above the ladder line. That's all I'm worried about. In other words, I don't want to mess it up. They're basically a white fish, and that alone has been a lot of trouble for me anyway. I'm going to just stick with that. Don't want to get too carried away and make him too dark, which has been in trouble for me, is making fish too dark. They're basically a white fish to begin with, and you don't want to stray too far from that. And now I've got ocean blue. This is what it calls for on the paint picture. It says start on the top of the head. This could give it a greenish look. We go right along the back. Some call for medium green. Some of the other ones call for like fast green. Some don't do anything at all. I could have just put a paint job on it and been done with it. It's been fine. Not sure if it's showing up yet, but I can see it. That's what matters. I'm done with it. Well, it definitely does give it a good color along the back. It gives it that green look that they're trying to get. So I may just fade out at the ladder line, bring it down a little bit further. Not much, just completely faded out by the ladder line. Well, it wouldn't be wrong to put a little bit of violet. I mean, I see it sometimes. You know, I see it on TV when they turn the fish, you know, in the sunlight. I see like a little bit of a violet sheen sometimes. And usually anytime you got like silver metallic anywhere that's present, a lot of times there is a little bit of a violet that shows. But I'm going to leave it up to you whether you want to put it. But I have in the past put a little bit of violet, like right down in here. And just make it where it's barely noticeable. But I'm going to leave that up to you. See, now I've got, well, it's supposed to be iridescent blue. Well, I don't have the iridescent blue that I was looking for, but I do have shimmering blue, which is a polytranspar version, I guess you could say. So sometimes you gotta use what you got. And now I got my iridescent blue. And what I want to do is just do one solid line. Just try to stay in between, and I go through. I go through my stripes. I'll be easier said than done to get your paint to work out, though. I know that. It's having a hard time doing what I want it to do. Where do I want to go? Just making that good mark. You can see it a little bit already. Try to get your paint to work. You can. So that did? That's kind of what you want to do. You can kind of see what's going on. You know, a certain angle you don't see it, and another angle you do see it, so that's kind of what I want. Probably don't want it too strong, which is easily done. With the iridescence, oh boy, it is. But that's what I've got. And you can do these bottom ones that way too. I think I've got most of them already. Have you ever seen Rockfish got this? A lot of people don't put it on. You're not going to see why. You know, I have a hard time getting the intensity right. Iridescent, sometimes they don't spray it good either. Okay. Okay, I've got my light again. And a lot of times you can on these bottom pins, the anal and the pelvic, sometimes you can lighten the ends of them a little bit, and it looks pretty good. I know they do it like on hybrids and stuff, but I have done it, you know, according to what my paint skills have said. So you go. Main thing, right on the ends. Yeah. A lot of times right, you know, right in here, I may lighten it back up. I do that on bass too. Right there at the anal. I feel like I maybe needed to come out a little bit with it or something. And use this like if you got any problems where you painted too much on the bottom or something, use your white to touch it up. Try it out good and clean. It's better to put a couple of coats instead of one heavy coat of gloss. You're going to go through a lot. So you go get the whole fish. Kind of like a flash coat right now if you want to, so it won't drip. Then you go back over with a heavier coat later. Make sure you get your belly real good. Inside the heels real good. Make sure you get everything with the gloss. Well, I glossed him real good. And don't forget to paint the back of your fins either, I mean, if you want to. If they're transparent, you might want to leave them be, because it could affect the color. But if you carded them, you know, the old-fashioned way, you might want to paint that cardboard. If there's a seam in the back, sometimes I'll throw a little paint on that. But this is how I paint a skin mount rockfish